Hello and welcome to another stream of Outlast. So I finished the main game, got all the documents in it. I'm going to be doing the DLC Whistleblower, and I've decided that I want to get all the documents in that as well, to keep it in line with getting all the documents in the main game. This is still part of the first run through, where I'm playing through the main game and the Whistleblower DLC and getting all documents. The second run through will be playing the main game again from the start, but on insane mode. Insane mode has no saves or checkpoints, so if you die, you have to start all the way back at the start of the game. And I won't be doing the DLC for that playthrough though. And for some reason, Stream Elements doesn't want to display the command that I just put in. Don't know why I would have deactivated that, but anyway. Or maybe the bot wasn't ready. Ah, I see Stream Elements. I was too quick for Stream Elements. So, two separate playthroughs, collect all documents, and insane mode. So I'm using a guide to get all the documents in the Whistleblower DLC, just like I did for the main game as well. And I'll also be stopping for, music and all that kind of stuff as well. Given that, and also what time I'm starting my stream, I don't think I'll be starting the second run through today. But that's okay, because I've got another stream day of horror this week that I can actually start that with. And I'll know for sure when I get into that playthrough, the insane mode one, whether or not I'm going to need more than one day. So we'll just focus on the Outlast Whistleblower DLC, getting all the documents, stopping sometimes to listen to the music and all that kind of stuff. I'll be reading the documents. Notes, I might get some notes. They're the ones that the character films and makes comments on that you can read. I'm not really worried about getting all of those. If I miss some of those, so be it. Documents, though, is the priority. If I miss a document, then I have to start the DLC from the start again. So let's jump into it. Thank you for redeeming that, Mr. Goatee. Hey there, Anasune. Welcome on in. How's things going for you today? Thank you so much again for the gift card as well for the PlayStation 5. That has come in very handy. I'll be able to, because I was thinking I'm gonna put that towards Alan Wake 2 for the end of this month. Or close to the end of this month, because I think it's the 27th when it comes out as well. So thanks again for that, Anasune. I really do appreciate it. And it'll be good to be able to get Alan Wake 2.
To wake up, but open your eyes. What's the matter? Somebody hit you? Here, let me help you. You getting these effects? Kinda busy here.
Sounds like real trouble. At the engine, they said Hope made a lateral ascension.
What do you hope? They're not happy about it? Shit. Come on.
Anasune, things are alright, and you're welcome for the card. Hopefully Alan Wake 2 ends up being fun. I'm glad to hear that things are going alright, Anasune. And yeah, Alan Wake 2 is it's been a long time coming along as well. Hey there, Zaius. What's up? Thought you were falling asleep an hour or more ago. Oh, did you? And then your mind was like, hey, let's stay awake longer. How's it going, Zaius? Welcome on in. It did, Anasune, yeah. Yeah, the code worked fine and went through okay. Ah, nice last. Welcome on in. That's excellent. Your birthday's in 3 days. That's cool. Not long to go then. You've got Far Cry New Dawn. Is that, will that be your first playthrough? Yeah, Anasune. Yeah. No, went through fine. This email, at the start of the main game, the main character you play as, Miles, he's the character that actually gets this email from this whistleblower. And I'll just reread it, even though I've read it in the main game, but you don't know me, have to make this quick. They might be monitoring. I did 2 weeks of software consult at Murkoff Psychiatric Systems facilities in Mount Massive. All sorts of NDAs I'm very much breaking right now, but seriously, fuck those guys. Terrible things happening there. Don't understand it. Don't believe half the things I saw. Doctors talking about dream therapy going too deep, finding something that had been waiting for them in the mountain. People are being hurt, and Murkoff is making money. It needs to be exposed. Last, what? You've played it before, but not on your own console. Ah, I got you last. Yeah, there's been a few games like that for me, where I've played them, but it hasn't been on my system or one that I've owned myself. In fact, the first 3 Far Cry games... Actually, no, I keep on forgetting. I always lump the 3 together, but I keep forgetting. Far Cry 1 and 3, I actually played on someone else's system and their copy of the game, so I didn't play them all the way through. The second game, however, I actually bought it, but I wasn't keen on it, so I traded it in at the time to get another game. But I played a little bit of 2, though, as well as 1 and 3. So right now you're playing Syndicate last. Oh, that's cool. The good old Fry twins.
Park? They've paged for you 3 times already. There's something urgent at the engine. What are you doing in here anyway? I thought you were just a software guy.
Wayland Park, employee 1466. Report to morphogenic engine monitoring immediately. Wayland Park to ME monitoring.
I'm worried that the stress response is going to affect the capillaries.
Of course. The therapy's relying on it. Hope maxed out at 190?
Parts per million, yeah, but those are precursors to precursors. I'm worried about losing anti-apoptotics.
190 isn't bad. The doctor was predicting assembly by 150.
We're not being given enough information to trust Reneke's predictions.
He's been right so far.
I just want to know we're inventing something other than shiny new cancers. I'm worried that the stress response is going to affect the capillaries.
Of course. The therapy's relying on it. Hope maxed out at
Okay, so that dialogue is looping in and of itself. There hasn't been another call for Waylon yet, which is the main character you play as in the Whistleblower DLC. All these events that you see in this DLC actually take place within the same, I think it's like 24-hour period that the main game takes place in. Both characters, Miles and Waylon, never, ever actually come into contact with each other at all, and you don't see the other character, but you do go to some spots where the other character went. Last, you've got some vids on it and Unity. Oh, that's cool. It's always good to check out vids of stuff like that if you need to.
You're Wayland Park, aren't you? Why weren't you answering the page? I'll tell them you're incoming.
Out to the lake.
That sounds all right.
I didn't think I'd miss her this much. It's the patients. You start to realize they haven't seen a woman or a child in... shit, years now, right?
How long's it been since you've seen Jane?
3 weeks now?
That's nothing.
You're serious?
Sure.
You got a girlfriend or somebody?
I'm married.
How long since you've seen her?
Honestly, I'm not even sure. How about you?
Going back to Leadville to pick up Jane, then we're headed out to the lake.
That sounds all right.
I didn't think I'd miss her this much. It's the patients. You start to realize they haven't seen a woman or a child in... shit, years now, right?
How long's it been since you've seen Jane?
3 weeks now?
That's nothing.
You're serious?
Sure.
You got a girlfriend or somebody?
I'm married.
How long since you've seen her?
Honestly, I'm not even sure.
Ansune, you're going to go have dinner, so you'll be back in a bit, assuming you don't fall asleep, that is. Oh, that's totally fair, Ansune, for sure. I hope you actually enjoy your dinner, and thanks for popping in for a bit. I'll definitely be streaming for a little bit, so if you come back in, I'll see you then. Hey there, Harbinger. Wouldn't it be better to save the Insane Run for last in October, because it might take several days and force you to cancel the other games? So my plan is tomorrow I'm going to be starting the Insane Run, and depending on how it goes by the end of that stream session, then I'll decide what I want to do. If it turns out that I still haven't got through the game, what I'm going to do is change the schedule so that I'm going to have 1 or 2 days dedicated to it, and then the other days will be the other horror stuff. If it takes even longer than October to actually do it, I'm going to still keep on doing it in the schedule even past October. So we'll just have to wait and see how it all plays out. Last, you made vids on AC Syndicate and Unity, Killer Grandmaster Wiz. Oh, that's cool that you've made that on Unity. That's excellent. As well as Syndicate. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger, the random horror movie quote. I'll grab that. I'll just pause that because that dialogue is looped over 500 times now. Last, just a little bit of a heads up. I know it's on YouTube and not Twitch, but since you've already pointed out to me that you have a YouTube channel, it's probably best not to keep on typing it over and over in chat, because other streamers would probably have banned you straight away because you are going into the realm of advertising. But I'm not one of those streamers that does that as a first action. So just a bit of a heads up on that. Thank you for sharing that you have a YouTube channel, though. Alright, so I've got a random horror movie quote. He's in there, and I want him back. I'm going to take him away from you, and you are going to go straight back to hell, you son of a bitch. That's from A Nightmare on Elm Street, Part 2. Freddy's Revenge. That's okay, last. Just wanted to point it out as a first warning type thing. It's a bit different too because it's YouTube. But yeah, some examples like sometimes you get people go into a Twitch chat and they'll literally tell the people that they're live right now themselves and to go check them out. And obviously, in a situation like that, if someone was to come in and say that, they'd be banned straight away. But with YouTube, it's kind of a bit different because obviously you can still be live, I guess, streaming on YouTube. But in your case, it was just mentioning the actual creation of videos on YouTube. But it's okay to mention it, once or, that. But after a while, repeated sort of mentionings goes into the realm of advertising. Harbinger AC Mirage is already playable, but you're playing WoW again. It sure is, Harbinger. In fact, I actually have been playing Assassin's Creed Mirage off stream. Because I wanted to play it myself off stream before actually streaming it, to make sure that it was a game that I enjoyed. Last, playing a game so your mind is in gaming mode. That's understandable, Last, for sure, as well. I know what that's like.
How about you? Going back to Leadville to pick up Jane, then we're headed out to the lake.
That sounds
Christ, Waylon, hurry up. They're waiting on you. You're cutting it close. Next patient's incoming and arterial spin still dark. We need you at the front terminal. What's the time code?
We've got one at 132105, another at 1741.
For fuck's sake. They've got Gluskin out of his cell. Page him again. We need this part guy in here now. Tell him he's got 15 seconds to keep his job.
With reptile imagery.
Childhood sexual reptile imagery.
That's what it says.
Let's note to try repeating the pattern with secret.
You thinking stress reaction's going to get us more cytokines?
I'm trying to think of anything but a little kid screaming out.
Poor C-group.
The dream therapy logs?
Sure, hold on.
What are these spikes?
They only give me categorical data. But what's the time code?
Well, from yesterday, we've got one at 132105, another at 174431, and a big one at 193802.
Let's see. Log has the first two as guided dreams, classified as childhood sexual with reptile imagery.
childhood sexual reptile imagery.
That's what it says.
Let's note to try repeating the pattern with C group.
You thinking stress reaction's gonna get us more cytokines?
Alright, so that dialogue has looped on itself. That's okay, Last. That's no trouble at all. Thank you so much for stopping in, and I hope you have fun playing Far Cry New Dawn as well.
They only do this categorical data. Well, what's the time code?
You're gonna have to ride the APC hormone feed a little closer this time. We've never had a patient get below 25 million cell deaths per minute. We need to be at 52. Sulston could have reached it. In therapy sessions without chemical assistance, he got down to 30. He had 5 kinds of cancer. Wernicke wants us at 15 APC. None of this matters if we can't get our apoptosis down to a manageable level. You're gonna have to ride the APC hormone feed a little closer this time. We've never had a patient get below 25 million cell deaths per minute.
There was someone talking about Gluskin, but their dialogue's not playing again. I don't know who it was, because the volume on it was a bit low, and so I was trying to figure out the source of the dialogue.
Park, finally. Where have you been? Functional imaging interface isn't talking to the ASL. We got a patient 30 seconds out and we're blind inside his head.
I can call into the chamber, ask them to delay.
No, I don't need another performance evaluation. Mr. Park here is gonna have us up and running before we even know it. Right, Mr. Park? Are we happy, Mr. Park?
Steve? fMRI is still dark.
You're doubting our friend, Mr. Waylon Park? Which I consider more than unkind to his programming skill and considerable dedication to the Murkoff Corporation. Fuck me, they're bringing him in.
No, not again. No. Help! They're gonna rape me. Help me! Don't let them do this! Don't let them... You! I know you can stop this! You have to help me! You have
Hey, calm yourself. This is a high security...
It's all right, Agent. Mr. Park was just surprised. I'm sure he's still calm and eager to finish his work. Take your seat. Quickly, Mr. Park. Hit will need to roll if the fusion monitoring is not active when we put him in the engine. 5 seconds. 4. 3.
Arterial spin labeling is back online.
Good.
Positioning imaging planes.
You're finished, Mr. Waylon Park. You can leave. Don't expect anything but honesty in my review of your performance.
Sure, hold on. Never have to give you category 25 million cell deaths. But what's the time?
You're done here, Mr. Park. Thank you, and goodbye. Eyes on the floor, 1 foot in front of the other until you're back in your hole. Walk away, Waylon Park. We're sick of you being here even when you were useful.
You mustn't have any more dialogue if you don't walk off. How about you? You got anything to say for yourself? I guess he's not saying anything else. Thanks for the follow, YouTube Jeffrey.
You need to exit the room, sir.
First two is guy number 3, classified as childhood sexual with
Hormone need a little closer this time. We've never had a patient get below 25 million cell deaths per minute.
get us more cytokines.
Somebody's been telling stories outside of class. On the floor! Down! Hands where I can see them! Mr. Waylon Park, consulting contract 8208. Software engineer with a level 3 security clearance. Graduated cum laude from Berkeley, but still somehow not smart enough to realize that the last thing a fly ought to do in a spider's web is wiggle. Somehow dumb enough to think that a borrowed laptop, onion router, and firewall patch would be enough to fool the world's leading supplier of biometric security. Stupid, Mr. Park. More than stupid. In fact, that was crazy. I'm afraid we're going to have you committed. Mr. Park, will you willingly submit to forced confinement? Did you hear that, Agent?
He said yes, Mr. Blair.
Great. Oh, and did I just hear Mr. Waylon Park volunteer for the morphogenic engine program?
Well, that's what I heard, Mr. Blair.
That was brave indeed, Waylon. The Murkoff Corporation and the onward march of science both appreciate your bravery and sacrifice. Maybe you could administer Mr. Park here a light anesthetic.
Gladly.
Notes, if I die. I fucked up. Oh god, where am I? Hours could have passed, or weeks. Brain filled with static. They made me watch the engine. Have to get help. Have to call for help. Lisa, I'm sorry. If I die, I know you'll find me. I know you won't rest until you find my body. I hope you find this camera with my corpse. I hope the evidence on it does what I couldn't, exposes the truth. Lisa, baby, I'm so sorry. I fucked up. I thought I was doing the right thing, but I fucked up bad. Alright, so notes in this playthrough, I'm not worried about getting all of them. If I actually miss any, that's okay. For those wondering what notes are, in this game and in the main game, whenever you have your camera up and filming something, certain specific events when being filmed will have the character make a note. And so notes are a separate thing to documents, and documents are what my main priority is in this playthrough. And documents are what you actually literally find lying around in the game world and pick up. So if I miss any notes, it's okay. If I miss any documents, though, it's not okay. And I'll be reading both as well, notes and documents. Any notes I find, I'll still read them. If I miss any notes, doesn't matter. Documents are the only thing that matters. Get every one of them and read every one of them as well.
I'll send you up and show you. You wait right there.
Come to join our therapy session. Here, take the blade. Get around with our friend here. Get a little red on your hands. It's always healthy to express yourself. You keep it bottled up too long and you might do something you regret. No. You're one of those. Too good for the likes of us. Think you're different? Something special? There are no observers here. Now, get the fuck out of here before I change my mind. Bad idea. We get out of here through reception, and then Merc Tactical will clean it up.
If they get here in time, we need help now. If we get them on the radio, the National Guard could be here with it.
We don't even know the radio works.
It's shortwave. If the prison's got electricity, they've got signal, and the lights are on.
Murkoff has it under control.
Yeah, I noticed. We need to get to that radio.
Outside help will come without outside attention. You want responsibility for every legally shaky thing you did on the Murkoff Company payroll? I know I don't.
It's too late to worry about that. This just has to stop.
You're scared. You're not thinking straight. Let me make something clear. You try to radio outside for help. I'm gonna give you a whole new something to be scared of.
Are you threatening me?
Yes.
Hey there, Jeffrey. Waylon was lucky there they let him go. A radio in the prison. There's a radio in the prison, shortwave. If it's electronic, I can make it talk, make it work for me. There's hope, Lisa. I'm coming home to you. My mistake was subtlety, like you always said. I thought leaking information to a few journalists was the safer way. I didn't want the spotlight, the attention. Murkoff is dangerous, I know that. I thought I had to be subtle for your sake, Lisa, for the boys. But I should have exposed what Murkoff is doing to the world. I should have shouted to anyone and everyone. I can't die, not before I reach the radio. They can't cover this up now. It's too broken, too dangerous. It's like to that dude, enjoy your stay.
Help me, please. I'm a doctor. I need to get home to my... You're not security. I'm a patient like you. Stole these clothes from a dead body I found. You gotta get me out of here. Please, just push the button. Open the door. We can get out of here together.
That's true, Jeffrey. Is like, no, I'm a patient. And then he's like, I'm a patient. Oh, no. I'm security chief. I'm also trying to listen to the music as well and wait until it either stops or loops. The doctors are sick. I'd never seen a man die before today, never seen a dead body outside of a coffin. Dozens today, murdered and worse. I looked into one man's eyes as another tore him to pieces, claimed he was a doctor, then saw the rags they've dressed me in and changed his story, said he was a patient. Could have been either. They're all crazy, all sick. No real difference between them now. The therapy is spreading. And what am I? I watched this man die and only thought, it's not me, thank God. I know I'll die someday. I don't want to be murdered. I like how in both the main game and the DLC, you get sort of like these insights with the main characters. I was going to say Blake, because he's in the second game and voiced by the same dude who does the voice work for a lot of characters in the main game of Outlast and the DLC, and also the two main characters, even though they don't have actual dialogue, but all the grunts and yells and screams of pain that you hear the main characters in the main game actually express and the DLC is all the same actor, Sean Bai Cho. He's actually an actor who's been in a lot of Assassin's Creed games as well. That's his Assassin's Creed credits. Okay, so this is the first document of the DLC. Priority is documents. Notes, it's okay if I miss those. Notes are only things that you can get when the character's actually filming them with the camera, certain things. Documents, though, are what you pick up lying around. Resignation of Waylon Park. From J, which is Jeremy, from Jeremy Blair at murkoffcorp.us.com to hgrant@murkoff.us.com. Subject: resignation for mental health, CC 8208. Ms. Grant, you may receive requests for information from a Mrs. Lisa Park of Leadville, Colorado in the coming weeks concerning the resignation and hospitalization of her husband, Waylon. If so, please forward them to my personal attention. Waylon Park, former consulting contract 8208, resigned due to previously undiagnosed mental illness. I personally visited Mrs. Lisa Park and her sons and broke the news to them with the silver lining that Murkoff Psychiatric would be graciously providing treatment. Mrs. Park had some less than charitable things to say about myself and the Murkoff Corporation. I assured her that with her power of attorney she could try to fight the doctor's diagnosis of her husband's illness. However, if it were discovered that he resigned under false pretenses, his insurance would be cancelled and the family would be saddled with not insignificant healthcare debts. Hopefully she understood. But if she insists on making a nuisance of herself or tries to get around me, please let me know. This is one I want to take care of personally. Yours, Jeremy Blair. Hey there, Star. Yeah, Jeffrey. Yeah, he's got heaps of credits in AC. He's even, if you've played any Watch Dogs games, he's actually Wrench. It's going well, Starlight. Things are going good. How about yourself? I'm using a guide to see these documents. So that's the first one. Star, 2 a.m. here and the week's been alright. Been chilling with your youngest most of the week. She's been sick, sadly. Oh no, Star. That really sucks. I hope that they're starting to feel better. That really sucks. So it's 2 a.m., so very, very early still. Or late, depending on how long you've been awake. Yeah, the sound design in this game and the visuals as well. There's a lot of macabre stuff, to say the least. A lot of messed up, deranged shit going on.
I love him.
Ah, Star, so you've been up since 9:30. That is definitely late for you then, to still be awake at 2 a.m. Yeah, I don't think I'd like to taste what he's cooking, Jeffrey. I think I would definitely not want any of that anywhere near my mouth, let alone even, taste or eat any of it. Star, your husband's nephew used to live with us and played the first Outlast, constantly heard screaming. Yeah. Yeah, imagine being in the sound booth for this game, making all the scream and anguish noises and all that kind of stuff. Jeffrey, you're trying to make a meal prep for Jim. Yeah. He's like, I need to get all my protein and everything sorted. Star, okay, you can show him eating human innards, but won't show the body splitting open because of the saw. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. The different sort of like levels of stuff like that they show in these games. Insomnia at its finest. Oh, yeah. I can't imagine what it's like having insomnia because I knock on wood, I've never experienced it myself. In the cannibal's kitchen. Don't ask to see my body, Lisa. When I die, when you finish the lawsuits that let you pry this footage from Murkoff's army of lawyers and corporate hitmen, don't make them show you my body. Just bury it, or burn it. Let my sons remember me whole. That man is eating human flesh. He looks at me and I see anger. A little desire, but more than anything, hunger. Please don't make them show you my body.
made it. I think it's safe. Can you climb up?
I'm coming, Cooper! I just have to lock the... There. I'm coming! Hold on!
Star, you're a light sleeper, so even if you get to bed at a decent time, you wake up at any noise made. So your husband snores, cat wants in, kid runs to the room. Oh no. Yeah, you could probably even hear like a twig or something being broken and things like that. That'd be so frustrating too as well. Yeah, Jeffrey. It's funny this game where you have these sort of enemies that will sometimes seemingly be stupid, but then they can catch you off guard at one point and then get you on the back foot. That's a good question, where he disappeared to, because he's been that way for a while now. Hasn't come back this way. This puts you on edge, Star. I definitely don't blame you one bit at all.
I need to tell you.
This dude, or someone very similar, is in the main game as well.
Are you my friend?
It was Jeffrey, yeah. Yeah, the dude that was stalking the main character there was the same dude who was eating the guy in the microwave. Yeah, he must have a very strong sense of smell, this guy, and also his hearing as well. He knows Victoria's Secret. Creasy, thank you so much for the follow.
Just let me. I need to tell you. Don't be scared. Are you my friend?
Alright, this is the second document. Gender selection in Mount Massive Contractors. Case MM 1200 715 Update 271. Form note. All material herein to be transcribed according to Form 4083 with forensic revisions as benefits ongoing lawsuit 1200 715. Author Ethan Sliskandra. What is that? Sliskandaraja. Notes, this is a request for specific legal consultation in the ongoing lawsuit by Melissa Cho against Murkoff Charitable Psychiatry Incorporated, USA, originally filed in 2010. At the time of Ms. Cho's termination, the psychosomatic effects of the morphogenic engine on female employees and patients had been well established. Already more than 7 female employees and patients had reached fictitious half-term pregnancies in a matter of weeks before miscarrying the non-existent children, 5 of them fatally. Female employees were moved to higher floors in the facility, then to other buildings, and eventually entirely off of the Mount Massive facility. The critical secrecy of Project Walrider necessitated secrecy in the motivating factor for the reassignments and terminations, resulting in perceived injustice from several terminated parties. Ms. Cho has succeeded in acquiring a court-ordered FOIA release of the documents surrounding her termination. Those documents will need to be generated and post-dated, providing ameliorating information while skirting the relevant secrecies of the project. Please advise. Ethan Sriskandaraja, Consultant MM214. Alright, so this explains why there's no female patients in the main game and in this DLC at all. And in the main game you find a document that talks about not psychosomatic pregnancies, but just psychosomatic as a word, which I do believe is just making you think things are there when they're not, kind of situation. So the female patients and employees had been affected by the morphogenic engine, which is what has been used on the patients to test dream therapy and all that kind of stuff. Female employees and patients had gotten to the point where they thought they were pregnant. All the associated emotions and feelings and all that type of stuff with being pregnant were present in them, but they weren't actually pregnant, but they thought that they were. 100% in their mind they were. This plays into something in Outlast 2. So if you've only played Outlast 1 once, and you've played Outlast 2, and it's been a while since you played Outlast 1, when you get to the DLC for Outlast 1, this document will give you a little bit of insight into something in Outlast 2. Oh, I need to check where the next document is. Yeah, Jeffrey, yeah. And there was also a document in the main game talking about how this woman who hated guns was put into a hypnotic state, and they basically said, hey, take this gun and shoot this other woman. And the other woman was also hypnotized. And the woman who had previously said, I don't like guns at all, under the hypnosis, she just picked it up and then shot at the other woman. There was no bullet in it, but she just picked the gun up with no worries and shot. When they woke them both up, the woman who hated guns was shown the gun, and she detested it. She didn't want anything to do with it, and she had no memory. Neither did the other woman of what had actually happened. Going to check where the next document is, using a guide to make sure I get them. He's like, damn, my meal got away. Yeah, Jeffrey. Yeah, what a jump scare that was. That meat guy reminds you of Walter White. Oh yeah, from Breaking Bad. Hey there, Keone. How's things going? This document is God and Family. Excerpt from the recordings of Dr. Bruce Newhouse, MD, employed by Mount Massive Hospital 1958 to 1965. Father Clark, far be it from me to lie to a man of God, so let me at least say that I will do my personal best to improve the safety of your working conditions. I and the rest of the staff truly appreciate everything you do for our patients, and if you feel threatened by anybody in particular, simply let us know and we can either increase chemical restraints or administer a lobotomy or similar calming procedure. Don't underestimate the contribution your sermons offer our patients, especially considering the depth and necessarily chaotic nature of hypnotherapy. Our patients need the bedrocks of God and family. Not all of our poor unfortunates have families to call upon, and so the burden and calling is yours. We are all of us relying on your faith and hard work. DBNR, Dr. Newhouse, MD, May 20, 1961. Alright, so that's the third document. Just want to check the guide to see the next one. Star, you don't know if you can do these noises. You're a chicken when it comes to horror games, lol, but you love watching them. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the thing about a great game, a horror game, is the sound design. Alien Isolation is another game that has really good sound design as well, and making you on edge and all that kind of stuff. And sound definitely has a lot to do with that. Hey there, Stan. Welcome on in. Happy Halloween, pumpkins. How's things, Stan? You going alright, Stan? You played a little bit of Mirage? Same here. Yeah, I've been playing it offline to play it all the way through and see what I think about it, and then decide whether I want to actually stream it. Star, you know you watch Markiplier's playthrough on YouTube. That was a crazy game, screamed a few times. Facehuggers got you almost every time. Oh yeah, and they're a pain too in the game as well, because they can be very quick. And the thing about that game too is it's very easy to forget how much health you have left. And if you haven't healed yourself in a while and you've only got a little bit of health left, doing a melee attack on the facehugger will actually kill you, because the acid from the blood of it will actually kill you. So you can hit them with like a melee attack, but you have to be careful of the acid. Obviously, if you shoot them near them, you'll get hit by the acid as well. Stan, you bought UB Plus? Yeah, that's the thing I did too as well. So I'm playing it on the Xbox, because I got the Ubisoft Plus for Xbox, which was a little bit more than just the PC version, but there's no point in me getting the PC version. But my PC would definitely not handle that game. In fact, it wouldn't even handle a game from 2015. You love Zeno Kitty. Where can you get a mattress that big? Yeah, that's a pretty decent sized one. I don't think I'd want to sleep on this particular one though. Yeah, that's the thing, Stan, which was annoying because I'm so used to just using Ubisoft Plus Classics on PS Plus to access the Assassin's Creed games that for a long time I thought that's what it was coming out on. And I didn't realize that Ubisoft Plus's actual service, which is actually separate to Ubisoft Plus Classics, didn't have PlayStation access. It's just PC and Xbox. Yet, PS Plus has the Ubisoft Plus Classics. Same with Game Pass, but yeah. Yeah, it was so frustrating, Stan, for sure. But, I mean, if I do like the game, I'm definitely... If I do end up... Like, I am liking the game so far. There hasn't been anything in the game that has stood out and I'm like, oh, fuck this game, or anything. So, I still want to play it all the way through off stream first, and then make my decision. But if it ends up being a game that I enjoy, I'd be more than happy to, pay money more than the membership, to actually secure it and own it. Indeed, Star, that would have to be burned, that particular one. Stan, your Xbox is dog shit. It's Xbox One S. You would love to play it on PS5. Yeah. So how are you liking it so far?
I told you it would be open. I keep moving, Graham. We're almost done.
Stan, you don't not like it. I gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I found that, obviously the parkour isn't really highly advanced from what was in Valhalla, but at the very least, it feels a little bit quicker, the actual movements of it. But there's still definitely spots where you'll try to climb and then, even though it's something you can grab, he'll just drop until you reposition and then try it again, and then it'll happen. And there's definitely some, things that you still can't do with the parkour, but I'm actually finding it feels better than it did in Valhalla. If you played this and then Valhalla, you would be frustrated with Valhalla. Yeah, that's the other thing too with that game. You're definitely right about that. Yeah, Jeffrey. He's lost his meal again. It's like, damn it. Can't catch this guy. Alright, so here's the next document. Lesser known ecological aspects of humanity. Excerpt from 1957 and comment on IG report Operations of TSD. 7. Influencing human behavior. E. The potential use of psychochemicals in political action operations is well recognized, although it has not been explored as thoroughly as might be expected. Chemical Division includes it as an objective of its program to be prepared to support or make such operations possible. Non-chemical methods of accomplishing political action operations are also included in the program. Note: J. Lawler, April 15, 1958. Present the above MK Ultra excerpt to Technical Services Division for budgeting and authorization of continued research into research of Dr. Rudolf Wernicke, Asset 14866, and Project Walrider. Autopsy of recovered test subjects shows chemical content of bodies, metallic tumors, evidence of subdermal combustion that indicates heavy psychochemical dosage. See note 92387 HS Berlin, 6 September 1938. Going to check the guide now to see where the next document is. That's not how knock-knock jokes work, dude. Stan, maybe because of tax reasons, you don't know the exact reason, but Ubisoft Plus is not available on PC in Turkey, is it? Oh, that'd be frustrating. That's the other thing too, like, you'd think by now that there wouldn't be any regions where things like that weren't made available. Alright, here's the other document. Project Walrider, patient status report from Frank Manera. Murkoff Psychiatric Systems, Project Walrider, Mount Massive, Colorado, case number 209. Patient Frank Antonio Manera, consultation dated 2012-8/29. Additional data patient consult 2010-11/01. Patient age 36, gender male, observing physician Dr. Carl Houston, DBNR. Therapy status, minimal morphogenic engine activity and only at extreme, stages 5 and 6, levels of hormone therapy. Dream states return repeatedly to images of isolation and betrayal. 0 lucid state. Diagnostics, heavy bronchial accumulation consistent with patients with histories of tobacco and marijuana. Exceptionally low REM activity. Interview notes. At the time of this interview, Frank was down to 155 pounds from his admission weight of 228. He was lethargic and largely non-responsive, exhibiting interest only in the hypnotherapy script pattern 9, Wernicke, concerning drinking blood from the chest of sleeping men. He continues to refuse baths or the attention of a barber outside of general anesthesia, stating, "If I cannot partake, I cannot share." Recommend forced nutrition for Mr. Manera if we cannot find something he likes to eat. Murkoff Psychiatric Systems, Project Walrider, Mount Massive, Colorado. And there we go, that is the name of the dude who is chasing after us at the moment. Frank Antonio Manera. Just want to have a look and see where the next document is. Yeah, I like how they actually tell you through the documents that you can find who the actual enemies are that are chasing after you. So that was the 5th document. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Go away! This is my place. You're gonna get me killed? Fuck off!
That's a very, very good spot to hide, not in the corner, like not in the fucking bloody lockers. Yeah, he'll never find you like that. Good job. Like I was like, fuck off. Hey there, Afro. This is annoying. It's the 5th today. Let you at least install the game, Ubisoft, but no, wait. Fucking 8 hours? Really? That's very annoying and weird too, because it is the release you know, the day of release. So, has that happened to you before with Games Afro? But that really sucks. Sorry to hear about that. Afro, I guess they don't know how time zone works. Yeah, I mean, that's freaking ridiculous. Like, I didn't check exactly, like, on midnight for me, my time zone, but, I think it was like midnight or something when I remembered, oh shit, I need to check the time. And then I looked at the time and I was like, oh cool, it's after midnight. So the game will actually be available. Yeah, that's really weird that you can't access it even though it is literally the day. Stan, not that you would buy Ubisoft Plus on any normal day though, especially when you have all the Assassin's Creed games. Absolutely, Stan, that's the thing too. That was my thinking as well in getting that. It's just a one-off. You know, it's just until I play the game off stream, and then if I do like the game and want to actually stream a playthrough, then I'll buy it to own it on the PlayStation 5, and then I'll stream it. Apart from AC and FC, there is no content whatsoever. Yeah, well that's the other thing too. And when games go on sale, they go for like one bread money. Yeah. Alright, I think the music stopped. Afro, honestly, on sale, AC1 for you is like not even $5. I imagine by now, like, holy shit. Yeah, Jeffrey. Yeah, that's what happens, but they don't show you him eating you or anything, so I assume he does that afterwards. Stan, you think with regional pricing and an Epic Game Store coupon, you bought AC Origins Gold Editions for $2.5. Damn, that's a really cheap price to get all that content within that, version too. Afro, it's only 38 gigabytes. Yeah, that's the thing too. Because I ended up getting Mirage, getting the Ubisoft Plus for the Xbox, so I could play it off stream. And so I've been playing that a little bit off stream, and I've been liking it so far. I still want to wait until I finish the whole game first, until I actually do it. Like before I decide whether or not it's a game that I like enough, to want to to actually replay it and stream it. But so far, I haven't, like, where I'm up to in the story, I haven't reached any points where I'm like, oh fuck this game, or anything like that. So fingers crossed that ends up being the same for the rest of the story where I'm up to. From where I'm up to, I mean. Indeed, Stan. Yeah, it's good. I think not every single game in existence has to be a 200-hour, 2 years post-release content monstrosity game. You know what I mean? I'd say the pacing is good, Afro. I mean, this isn't really a spoiler, but in typical Ubisoft fashion nowadays, you can spend like 3 hours before you even see the title screen appear in the game. So it's no different in that respect. Like, to be honest, when I first started playing it, I was just spending time just running around, jumping on rooftops, and just getting a feel for how the parkour is different in that game. And it's like you gotta not get too hyped for that aspect though, because it's not like it's an amazing improvement and they've advanced it so far that it's epic. It's definitely not like that. But it does feel like they've made certain improvements, but overall it's still very much what you would expect from the games in the series since Origins. Although, having said that, I find that Origins and Odyssey has better parkour than Valhalla does. So I'd probably, at this stage, I think it's safe to say I'd put the parkour of Mirage in with Origins and Odyssey, in the sense that it's not like amazing or anything like that, but it's decent, but I do hope that with the future games in the series, they do actually overhaul that kind of stuff. Oh, cool. So Gizlek got that done staying 100% with 298 hours. Yeah, so almost 300 hours, 100%. And that's like doing all the content as well, like the 3 big DLC packs and all that type of stuff. After you don't have 10 million gigs on your SSD, make game small again. So do you become an assassin quite quickly? Well, I mean, I don't know if it would be spoiler or not, but there is a decent chunk of time. But it's not so long as, well, I don't know, maybe it's comparable to Unity. With how long Arno actually, took, I guess, maybe. But then again, it depends on yourself as the player, like, how long you spend doing certain things. Just wanted to redo that part because I was talking over dialogue. Stan, you think you haven't realized how long it was because you played the new features as they were released. First base game, some months later DLC, sometime later another DLC, etc. When you play them in moderation, you don't realize what kind of a juggernaut the game is. But when you provided all the content in bulk and play them in one sitting, you feel like what kind of a beef it is. It's like eating a Christmas table full of food by yourself. You want to stop, but you can't stop in the end. You just end up being sick. Yeah, and that's it too. It's not until you put all the content together and then play it from start to finish that you really feel how long it takes to do all the content. And 2 years worth of content. And it's not just, hey, there was like 3 major DLC packs released over that 2-year time. It's that, but it's also every single, like, I think it was every single week or month or something, there would be something new that would be added. And when you take all that together and you want to do a full 100% playthrough, you're going to be spending hours and hours and hours, you know what I mean? So, Afro, how was Alamut then? Sad that it's not a place on the map. You have to fast travel to it, I suppose. Yeah, it is really, really well realized, though. It's really great scenery and environments and stuff, and you get to wander around and talk to the other hidden ones, and you can find notes and stuff around that give you some information about certain things that are going on, but also referencing certain things. Afro, I'm not yours. Shut up. Yeah, this dude that's chasing the main character in this DLC, Waylon. Jeffrey, just imagine you to be a purple hair goth girl. That might be why. That might be why he's chasing Waylon all the time. Not giving him a break. Like, go and eat something else. It's like, calm down. Note, satisfaction. A scream. Is it him, the cannibal? Could be pleasure or pain, I won't guess. I'm not sure he'd even know. His voice sounds like something I wanted while watching the engine. Its only message is hunger, to crush and consume. I'm going to try to forget it, Lisa. If I get out of here, I'm going to come back to you. Note, this is what the game is. He's playing alone and losing. That is what the game is. There is the mathematical proof. If you add 1 plus 2, plus 3 plus 4, 4 plus 5, and so on, up to infinity, you can arrive at an answer. If you stop shy of infinity, you have an indescribably large number. If you continue all the way to infinity, you arrive at 112, negative 0.08333333, repeating. I'm losing my grip on things. I'm thinking about the drive here. 400 miles in a rented truck. The job that shows up just in time to cover our bills, our debts, the insurance. The boys sleeping in the back, nothing but AM radio. Gospel, country western, late night paranoiac talk radio. We sang Patsy Cline songs and laughed at conspiracies of aliens and ghosts. Mile marker numbers passing in headlights. I don't want to die here. $382. So he is still counting the numbers up. I thought it would loop around to a different number. Hey there, Rosie. Why you know Mirage Rod? I'm actually playing it off stream. playing it from start to finish. And if I end up liking the game after I've finished it, then I'll stream it. So far, I'm really enjoying it. So at the moment, the probability of actually streaming a playthrough of it in the future is definitely on the way to, well, is in the positive direction. But I still want to wait and see until I've finished the whole game first. So I know the story from start to finish. And also so I can actually, you know, read documents and things that talk about other events in the series, maybe, that to make sure that things actually make sense and all that kind of stuff. Plus, it's good to play a game that's brand new from start to finish without streaming it. Because for years, anytime I've played a new game, I've streamed it. So it'd be good for a new game in the series to have a complete full playthrough where it's just me. I don't have to stream it. I don't have to respond to chat. I don't have to, you know, do any of the streamer stuff that you normally have to do. I can soak up the game all on my own, in my own time as well. Because obviously I've got stuff I need to stream for the channel.
He looks nervous.
I would like to kill him.
As would I.
Miles fart. Miles fart. I don't want to play anymore.
Oh, we ruined his game for him. Come on, Waylon, why'd you do that for? Yeah, Rosie, it's a psychiatric kind of prison. It's one of those locations that has like a very high security area as well. Run by a company who are doing nefarious experiments and stuff. So they're like Umbrella in the Resident Evil series. In the main game, you play a journalist who's been hired, well, not been hired, sorry, a journalist who receives an email tipping them off about some weird shit that's been done by the Murkoff company who run this psychiatric place. And in this DLC, we actually play as the guy who sent the email. The Wall Rider Delusion. From J. Billings at murkoffcorp.us.com to K. Vigilando at murkoff.us.com. Subject R.E. Patient Samuel. Kurt, we've got another one, and I'm not sure you're going to be able to check it off as psychopathic proximity disorder. Security guard all the way up in the admin block is our latest non-patient employee to start seeing Wernicke's fairy tales. He was never directly exposed to the engine, never even made it below level 1 in the building. It would be an enormous breach of protocol and security if doctors were speaking of the Wall Rider within hearing of a contracted security guard, and seems vanishingly improbable that he would stumble onto such an obscure mythological story on his own. It's too similar to the Dr. Samuel case, or the others before him. It's one thing for formerly sane medical personnel to fall under the delusions of their patients. It's another thing entirely for those beliefs to be, I don't know, airborne. We need to talk in person. Billings. I guess like something radioactive can give off radiation from, its source to however far away. I guess that's how the morphogenic engine works in a way as well. So that document is the 6th one. I just want to check out the guide that I'm using to make sure that I don't miss the next one.
Don't trust them. They'll tell you it's science, but it's not. They were waiting for us in this place. Billy understood. They've always been here.
couldn't just keep your mouth shut. You couldn't just play along. Talking now. Do me a favor and die here, Park.
Jeremy, they run in the doors so fast. They real and truly do. It doesn't take much time. They're just like, boom, here I am. Down, down, down. Somebody who looks as much like a priest as this place looks like an asylum, writing instructions on the wall, talking about God, tells me not to be afraid. How was I ever a part of this inhuman bullshit, greed-driven moral genocide? The monsters Murkoff ripped from tortured minds, the lengths their jackbooted business school worms will go to protect it, their own men slaughtered. I've never prayed in my life, Lisa, but if some small-minded interventionist god is listening, kill Jeremy Blair before I die. Sanity and avarice. There's no pain he doesn't deserve. There is no radio, no hope of reaching the outside world. Only escape. Here we have quote-unquote Father Martin. He's not actually a priest, but his psychosis makes him think that he is. They gave him painting to be able to do, which kind of stopped him from doing the whole I'm a priest complex thing, but they took his painting away, and so he reverted back to being thinking he's a priest. He's in the main game as well. You see him a lot more in the main game, but here he is in the DLC. We actually see him writing the message that when we play the main game, the main character, Miles, comes across the message when it's already written on the wall. But this character in the DLC, Waylon, that we're playing as, gets to this point much earlier, and so he's able to see the character, Father Martin, actually paint the message on the wall.
Another poor soul. Don't be afraid. You're doing his work, whether you know it or not.
Okay, that was a bit of extended sequence with the music. Just wanted to hear it all out and then drop down here and then get the dialogue. Hey there, Lizzie. Good morning to you. Welcome on in. Welcome to Outlast, the DLC Whistleblower. Miscarried Profits. From Jeremy Blair at murkoffcorp.us.com to Richard Traeger at murkoffcorp.us.com. Subject: false pregnancy / real profits. Rick, fun hitting the greens last week. We should make the drive more often. Was reviewing some old test records from the early days of Project Wallrider and something sparked my interest. Were you following the project back in 2010? Apparently, we had issues with female employees experiencing psychosomatic pregnancies, something to do with how the morphinogenic engine interacts with the immune system. All Greek to me, am I right? It was more often fatal than not, and these were employees and not patients, so a little harder to sweep under the rug, but the morphogenic engine activity in these ladies' marrow was off the charts, and these are women who were never even exposed to additional hormone therapy. Now, I don't know ppm from a kick in the teeth, but I can read a spreadsheet, and if the projected profits from Project Wallrider are half what they say they are, I've just got one question. Why aren't we performing experiments on women? God knows mental illness is an equal opportunity affliction. Seems unethical to pass up on such a potential windfall. Sincerely, Jer. That's in relation to a document we read about the psychosomatic pregnancies that female employees, but also patients were actually experiencing, where they thought they were pregnant and they felt they were pregnant, and when they looked at themselves, they thought they were pregnant and everything like that, but they actually weren't. It's all part of the experimentation. But eventually they moved all the female patients out of the asylum altogether, and haven't hired any female employees since then. And that ties into something in Outlast 2 as well, as I was saying before, about the psychosomatic pregnancy. Alright, want to check the guide to see where the next document is.
Fuck you! Fuck you, you filthy piece of shit! Come here! No more sickness! No more nightmares! I'm not the sick one! You lie, motherfuckers! Fuck you! Fuck you, you filthy piece of... Oh god! One of them's coming! It's not even human anymore! Block it! Shut it in!
They really are, Jeffrey, as well. They're bloody quick too. Not only in pushing those cabinets aside and whatever they are, but also just running out of there and then pissing off. They're like, fuck this guy, he's one of them. Oh yeah, Jeffrey, I don't blame you for feeling that way as well. That was another chase from Chris Walker. He was the really big hulking guy. He's in the main game as well. That meat guy. Oh yeah, not him this time though, but I definitely wouldn't blame you for feeling that way about that enemy as well, because there's definitely something else. The Groom. Above the knees, below the navel, sliced and sewn on Gluskin's table. To make a place to push inside, the groom will make himself a bride. Above the knees, below the navel, sliced and sewn on Gluskin's table. To make a place to push inside, the groom will make himself a bride. Above the knees, below the navel, sliced and sewn on Gluskin's table. To make a place to push inside, the groom will make himself a bride. Above the knees, below the navel, sliced and sewn on Gluskin's table. To make a place to push inside, the groom will make himself a bride. Above the knees, below the navel, sliced and sewn on Gluskin's table. To make a place to push inside, the groom will make himself a bride. Above the knees, below the navel, sliced and sewn on Gluskin's table. To make a place to push inside, the groom will make himself a bride. Number 1 smash hit at Murkoff Mountain Massive psychiatric building place thing. Alright, so that's that document. Gonna look at the guide to see where the next one is. Okay, the document is kill us, burn the building, worse than death here, kill us, kill us. So that's the 9th document. Gonna check the guide to make sure I don't miss the 10th one. Jeffrey, remember in Outlast, the Doctor tries to make you his wife by cutting you out of a cage on the strap chair with a sword, but prior to that he destroyed dozens of men's privates to try to make him his wife. That's it, Jeffrey, yeah, that's in this DLC. Where I'm soon going to be getting to that point where we come across him, Eddie Gluskin. He's the dude that we just read this previous document about. You're going to be screaming and laughing with mixed nostalgia at that part, Jeffrey? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like... Would not want to be caught by the clutches of Eddie Gluskin. Son of a bitch. Burning lights. The power is still on. Electricity. I need to think, Lisa. I thought the power was evidence that some manageable, some human force still controlled some small part of Mount Massive. But nothing human or sane can do anything here but survive. And even that, not for long. You were always the reasonable one, Lisa. You would tell me to calm down, to take a larger view. Madness and inhumanity rule this place. Whatever is keeping electricity flowing is trying to trap me here. I need to shut it down again. Yeah, Jeffrey. Jump scare. An easy way out. It would be so easy. I don't believe in it anymore. Getting the truth out. There is no truth, only lies we've accepted too long to double back on. It's our children, Lisa. I would take the easy way out if it wasn't for the boys. Damn this place to hell. I'll suffer anything to get out of it.
sisters. Maybe some girls that ain't blood. You ain't old enough to be worried about it. We get worse problems. Grow some hair on your
just likes to hear himself talk. We need a goat. There's reason here to bear our guilt, our gender, a small piece of flesh between us and the blade. You want to give him to Gluskin. That's the idea. I don't want to get Gluskin's attention. He'll hurt us. He'll hurt you. You'd make a pretty woman. No sense in pulling a mad dog's tail. We feed him a goat and leave him alone.
Yeah, Jeffrey. That whole dialogue there. There's a bit of dialogue that got cut off. I was holding back just to let it all play out, but then it just cut off itself.
The green.
Just as I was going to go in the menu, that's when it happened. Notes, wise men. back inside, like the harder I try to escape, the deeper I get. Dead men aren't a surprise anymore. Suicides seem wise. Hey there, Crooked. Welcome on in, dude. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Yeah, that would be a very fitting song for this game. It's going really, really good, thanks, dude. How's things going yourself? I was saying earlier that I went with Ubisoft Plus subscription so I could at least play the Assassin's Creed Mirage game off stream on the Xbox, because it wasn't available on that service for PlayStation. So I've been playing the game off stream, and I've been really enjoying it. I still want to play it all the way through off stream before I decide whether or not overall I like it. And then if I do, then I'll probably do a playthrough of it on stream before the year ends and make it an annual playthrough then. But it's going really good, thanks, Crooked. We're doing this DLC today in Outlast. Jeffrey, is that who the doctor was talking to in the dialogue? Oh, you mean like the voices that that Waylon was hearing that are talking about Gluskin? Crooked, nice. I'm glad to hear you've been enjoying it so far. You're still waiting for your copy to arrive. Hasn't even dispatched yet, so doubt you'll get your hands on it until very late today. Well, I'm glad that you know, you still are on track to get it, but that does suck that it hasn't even left yet. But hopefully you get it today. And thank you. Yeah, it's been really good. I'm not going to spoil it, of course, or say any spoiler stuff. But I would say that the parkour is definitely, it feels better than in Valhalla, but it's not like a 1000% improvement, or like, it's not back to the old school Assassin's Creed parkour. But it's serviceable, and you know, it does feel, it feels to me better than in Valhalla anyway. So it does feel like an improvement at least.
If they catch us, they'll give us to him. The man downstairs. The man. Very bad. Very, very bad. God. Oh, God.
Kill the rats! He's here! Inside the walls! Kill him! This idiot wants to die!
Just want to double check where the document is in this part so I don't go past it. Here it is, good. Crooked, nice. Definitely looks like they tried their best with the current system, which isn't an easy feat considering how limiting the system is. That's true, you know, they really need to go to a sort of like overhaul of it from the start, you know, from the bottom to the top, with that to improve it beyond what it, you know, currently can be. Like, there's a lot of there's still some parts where like Basim will drop to the ground, and there'll be a slight second where it feels like he's not going to, you know, it's kind of hard to explain, but it's kind of like if you run and then jump and then you keep moving, the time between landing and then moving again, there's a split second of feeling where you feel like you've stopped before you start again, kind of thing. Patient Dennis. From N. Wolfram at murkoffcorp.us.com to F. Ford at murkoffcorp.us.com. Subject: Dissociative Dennis. Dr. Ford, I conducted another interview with your patient, Dennis, this afternoon and have to agree with your suspicions. In the course of a 40-minute interview, I had wide exposure to all four of Dennis's expressed personalities. As near as I could tell, two brothers, their father and their grandfather. They seemed primarily concerned with some sort of life-threatening flood, though there was little consistency between this event having already happened, or threatening imminent arrival. The clarity of his delusion and performative nature of his personality's expression certainly suggests malingering. I admittedly fall in the Furstenberg camp of categorical skepticism of dissociative personality disorder, but Dennis's case seems clearly invented by an attention-seeking patient, more likely symptoms of gross narcissism and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Continue with shock therapy. Sincerely, Dr. Wolfram. Look, you can definitely see that. You like how the old games had a really nice fluidity. Even if some animation could look a bit static, the connection between different moves and jumps was very fluid at least. Exactly. You know, and that's one of the things that they should do just as a standard kind of thing. And make it work that way. Make it feel more kind of like natural as well. While at the same time, it's still a video game, so there's going to be unrealistic aspects of it, even though they're trying to be a bit more realistic. So trying to get that balance is important, I think, as well. Just need to check the video guide to see where the next document is. Okay, so the next document is not close to this one. So there'll be a little bit of action stuff that happens before we get to the next point, where a document is.
There's a leak pissing down on us. Up from sewer. Puts us.
You want to shut him up?
More than anything,
We have an interloper.
you hear things. Watering time to drill a hole in anything.
The hell I hear things. Oh, the lot of you may as well be a pile of whelped possum. Tiny, pink, and deaf and blind. Go find yourself a possum titty.
How ain't you dead yet?
You cowards and idiots all here. The shame of my loins.
You have an antelope. I'm glad you caught on it. You mean an interloper? Oh! An interloper.
There he is! What do you think? Oh, he'll do. Wait! For once, we agree. Don't kill him. We need to kill him too. Fucking idiots. He got away. The groom will have us. Shut up. We'll find a way around. We know this ground. Don't mind. Give him other flesh, and he spares ours. Fucking idiot. He delivered his own self to Gluskin's hell.
That was close, Jeffrey, yeah. That music started to loop on itself, so it was good to get that little bit. The next document is still a fair way away. In fact, it's at the part where we first escape from Gluskin's clutches and jump out the window. So a little bit to do before we get to that point yet. Hey there, Code. Welcome on in. Well, another day and a couple of more apps to send to workplaces, although more and more there is only one spot that wants one person to be 3 to 5 as one. Yeah, well that's it too. I guess there's definitely points where people are just like, no, we want this instead of that. Not being able to, just be able to use what they're given. Aries Defiled 56, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm Half Dan. Thank you for that. I'm doing good, Aries. Yeah, things are going really well. How's things going? I hope you had a great stream. Keone Mirage looks like meh. Yeah, that's fair enough to think so. I guess we're all after different things from the look of a game and stuff. Or unless you don't mean specifically just like graphically, but you mean as in like the game itself looks meh. Code Mirage looked like re-rendered Origins. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, because I'd much rather a game that is more towards Origins than it is towards Odyssey. But I found it fine so far. Yeah, Jeffrey. What a sight. Thank you, Crooked, for doing the shout-out to Aries Defiled. So you're playing some Resident Evil 4 Remake. So I assume you're doing the Separate Ways DLC for Ada? Because if so, I'm definitely going to be doing that at some point. Might not be this year, though, but I really enjoyed the remake of Resident Evil 4. And the original Separate Ways, I've only played it at least once, I think. So it'd be good to see what the remake does with it. Well, that's okay for the shout-out, Aries. No trouble at all. And it's been a good day? Excellent. That's really cool. I'm glad to hear that. And I am, yeah. This game is one of my favorite horror games, Outlast. And for the 10th anniversary, I wanted to do a couple of different playthroughs. I've already done the main game and got all the documents. Now I'm doing the same with Whistleblower DLC. And then the second playthrough will just be the main game on its own, but on insane mode, which I've never done before. So I'm looking forward to that. Although there might be a lot of deaths and having to restart from the start, but we'll see how that goes. It's been a while since you last played this. Doing the DLC, you've enjoyed it so far. Well, that's good that you have. Yeah, it's really cool that they also decided to do that as well. Because I think some people thought that they might not include it. I know that some people, before the remake came out, were thinking, oh, maybe they've just integrated it in, automatically. And it's definitely a wild game. And the great thing about this game is you can, obviously there's points where you have to run, but you can also take your time a little bit and explore around as well to soak it all up. And yeah, insane mode is going to be very testing, because I've only ever played the game on normal difficulty. I've never played it on any other higher one. So to go straight from only playing it on normal to doing an insane mode playthrough, it's just a big jump, but we'll see how we do. What fresh hell. A man's body, mutilated and beat and bent to mimic or mock the moment of birth. The kind of thing a man cannot see without changing in some irreparable way. Lisa, I was with you when both our boys were born. It was, until recently, the most miraculous thing I had seen. Completely outside of reasonable belief, and yet somehow central to everything I've come to believe since. You always said I was too literal-minded, tried to turn everything into an if-then statement. Lately, I've widened my horizons. How can the things I've seen here be? But I know the answer. Money, profit, things we made just because we could. There is best of luck to you on the insane mode. You've thought about playing that difficulty, but dang, that's going to be a fun ride. You'll figure out the enemy pattern and such. You got this. That's true, and there was a few tests I was doing in this playthrough on normal mode where I was just testing certain enemies when they swipe at you, how close you can get to them before they do it, and then move back as they're about to swipe to see, what window of dodge you have, kind of thing. So I don't know if that will come in handy for me at any point, but I don't want to risk it. It might be one of those fluke things if it ever happens. You'll sadly be raiding and running. You have classed a few hours, so you need to rest up. But all the love and happy to raid you, Rod. Bye, chat. That's okay, Aries. That's definitely understandable too as well. Thank you so much again for the raid. Really do appreciate it. And I hope that everything goes well in your class too, and that it's really enjoyable and smooth. And thanks again for that, Aries.
We've met before, haven't we? I know I've seen your face. Maybe just before I woke up. Although it seems like it's really now being here with you. Let me fill you up. You don't have to be lonely anymore. You could make me whole. I could feel that emptiness inside you.
You're going to make me work for it, aren't you?
Indeed, Jeffrey, here he is, Eddie Gluskin. I'm Halfdan. Us dug out a legion of Jason's minions from Splatterhouse to raid with, and we want blood. It was worth waiting 10 minutes for that. Thank you so much for waiting that 10 minutes, Halfdan. I'm so sorry for it to be a thing, but over the years, as I've been streaming, I've had a stalker and also, other trolls unrelated that have just been causing issues for years now. So this year I decided to add something like that to it. So thank you very much for your patience, waiting for the 10 minutes to be able to type out a message after following. Thank you so much again for the follow as well. And that's a really cool raid message. Jeffrey, this dialogue has you dying. Yeah, the songs that he's singing, the lyrics and everything like that, and the genre and the decade that the style of music's from and stuff. Well, thanks, Halfdan. I appreciate that. I hope things are going well.
Rather die than be with me. Than die. Can we continue?
Oh yeah, Jeffrey, damn indeed. What a drop. Plus getting the big bit of wood stuck in the foot. That doctor is gaslighting. He well and truly is.
The world's even these idiots. But when they look deeper, when anyone tries to see me, I can... the smell of my love's arbor. Darling, can't hide from me. You make yourself a gift for me. A delicacy to be unwrapped and unwrapped again and savored. Here we go. I've been a little vulgar, and I want to say I'm sorry. You know how a man gets what he wants to know. But after the ceremony, I made an honest woman of you. I promise you'll be a different man. I want a family, a legacy, to be the father I never had. I'll never let anything happen to our children. Not like... I know you must be as eager as I am to consummate our love. But try to enjoy the anticipation. Here, darling. This will help you relax. Darling, I need you to try to bleed less. I know the fair sex often endure the same wounds with more suffering, but you really need to make an effort. No, I'm so sorry, darling. Love isn't for everybody.
I'll just pause it there so I can catch up on chat. After, I don't want to alarm you, but I think he might have found you. Yeah, it's one of those moments where, at first, if you haven't played it before, you might think, oh, I'll just hide in here for a bit until he actually goes away, not realizing that it's actually a scripted thing to happen. I like how they do that, though. It puts you in a false sense of security for a few seconds. Jeffrey, what the fuck? You took the whole locker? You're traumatized. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be eating anything. If anyone's squeamish when they're eating and, like, you know, watching a horror movie or something, then this next part, well, some of the parts we've already seen, of course, but the next parts that are coming up, yeah, Halfdan, a massage bench. I'm sure it'll be a real thorough massage, the massage of a lifetime. He is quite a rough masseuse. He really, really is. And I don't think he'll be getting any good reviews afterwards either. Or any reviews from a lot of people.
Hold still now, darling. All these unsightly hairs. Oh, silky smooth, like a little girl again. Now the more delicate bits.
No! No, don't! Please!
Oh, God. You've given up. You're ugly. You've given up. You know, if you work straight enough. Oh, God. Bleed, please. You have amazing bone structure, such soft skin. You're going to be beautiful. A woman has to suffer some things. It's not pleasant, I know. But just try to endure. For my sake. For the sake of our children. It won't take long. A few snips of the flesh here and here. Cut away everything vulgar. A soft place to welcome my seed. To grow our family. The incision will hurt. And the conception. And birthing is never easy.
make a cup for us. Just close your eyes.
Get back here!
Well, what a scene. He's very, very fucking lucky. Jeffrey, oh my god, overkill. Avden, woohoo, it's finally our turn. Yeah, Jeffrey is like, no. Run. Yeah, that was very lucky, Avden. Waylon is very, very lucky. The other dude wasn't. An unwilling bride. Still intact. I'm here, Lisa. I'm still me. He tried to make me his bride, to cut me. Maybe I was wrong, telling the world would only draw it here. Should this place just die and fester here? I won't tell the world if it means spreading the infection. Let it die alone. Let it rot.
Darling! Come back to me!
Avden, how many black eyes does he need to realize a no is a no? He definitely needs a lot, but definitely way more than that as well.
Darling! Whore! Fine. Go! You and the rest of these ungrateful sluts!
Here's the document. Alright, so this document is the next one that I was after. Project Walrider patient status report for Eddie Gluskin, who is the dude that is chasing us in this game at the moment. Case number 196, patient Eddie Gluskin, consultation dated 2013-6-9. Initial dated patient consult, 2013-2-14. Patient age 46, gender male, observing physician Dr. Garrett Snow. Therapy status. Lucid dreaming figures remain as murky as ever. Gluskin claims near constant control of his dream state, yet correspondence between his narrative and REM cycles. Highly arrhythmic REM and REM. Morphinogenic engine activity plateaus at 90 ppm. Diagnostics. Heavy bronchial accumulation. The rashes associated with hormone therapy have receded and vanished since we stopped using latex tubing. Interview notes. Gluskin remains a frustrating interview subject. He's still trying to tell us what he thinks we want to hear, while studiously avoiding certain elements of the truth. His childhood remains an obvious fiction. He's claiming to have grown up in Leave It to Beaver, despite a traumatically violent, ongoing sexual experience that is a matter of public and medical record. When I confronted him with the photographs his father and uncle took, he responded with a mixture of laughter and anger, and restraints were issued. He similarly refuses to discuss his victims, both categorically and specifically. When I showed him pictures of the women, he would not admit that they were dead or mutilated. He is claiming advancement in the morphinogenic engine program that he has not yet achieved. Said that he could clearly hear the voice of the Walrider, just by closing his eyes. Clearly, he's still trying to curry the favor of his doctors. I won't speculate at what he expects to gain by it. Quite the psychological profile. So that is the document that I needed to get next. That was listed in the guide I'm looking at as the 11th one. Just make sure I've actually got all the ones up to the 11th one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Excellent. Going to look at that guide to see where the next document is so I don't miss it. Alright, so it looks like there's only one more document left in this DLC. And we're almost through it as well. Alright, the note that he made was Bluebeard's wives. Bodies hanging like wet laundry, like skinned rabbits. Men mutilated, hunted, and murdered. The shortest distance between any 2 points separates violence and ruined lust. Whatever story he's telling himself, he's not making women to bear his children. He's making women to kill them. Lisa, I want you to burn this place and any evidence that ever existed to the ground. Destroy the Murkoff Corporation. Bury it in shame, take away its money, wipe it from history. This man thinks he's in love. He thinks the therapy made him better. Everything reeks of death and fear, piss and coppery blood, meat decomposing to game.
One more. I try, and I try. You all betrayed me. You can hang like the rest of them. Heavier than you look. If this is you on the honeymoon, I hate to imagine our anniversary. Hold still. God damn it, what are you? Oh, damn it, darling. No, you need to behave.
You could have been beautiful.
And there we go, the motherfucker is finally dead. Thank you for the follow, X-Rossings. Jeffrey, that's a lot of people he attempted that on. Well and truly is, like, probably 20 at least. Hey, Busted Bunny, that look fits him. Yeah, that's a better look for Gluskin. 1000% better. This is the note that Waylon makes a widower. He's dead. The amateur surgeon, father-to-be, husband. His guts shredded and pulled from his belly. I'm trying not to laugh. Oh God, Lisa, I swear to you I'm trying.
I've seen more than enough dick and balls tonight to last me a lifetime.
Not all of them attached to a man. Let's wrap this up and get back to the truck. Amen.
Thank you for the follow, Yeet person. Busted, a familiar face. Absolutely good old Rick Traeger. The one that Miles made Traeger juice out of. Thank you for redeeming the Thank you for redeeming that, Yeet person. So there are two notes that were made. A burning church. A chapel on fire in the distance. I didn't even know we had a church. Where's God when you need him? And the other note is serve and protect. Corporate cops, mercenaries, private military contractors, whatever they call them now, they're as helpless as the rest of us. Need to get out. Escape. Hey there, Maxie. How's things been going, dude? How was the rest of your stream, as well, of Assassin's Creed Mirage? The next document is close by as well. The final document, I think it is, in the game. Yep. There's 12 documents in the DLC, I should say. Maxi, it was good, thanks, dude. Enjoyed it a lot. Game feels more fluid. Have you started playing it? Well, that's great, Maxi. I'm glad that you've been enjoying it, that you've been going well with it. And I have, yeah, I was able to get the game via Ubisoft Plus. For the Xbox, though, because it's not available for PlayStation. So I'm playing the game off stream on my Xbox. And if I end up liking the game once I finish it, I'm going to stream it, but I'll get the PlayStation 5 version, because if I enjoy it, then I'll definitely pay money to actually own it for the PlayStation. But I feel the same way too, as well. It definitely feels more fluid. The parkour does. It's not on the level of, Assassin's Creed Unity or something like that in terms of fluidity, but it's definitely more fluid than Valhalla, that's for sure. Beyond Hope from Helen Granite to Group 8416 at Murkoff Corp.lu. Subject: Rudolf Wernicke, phase out. Dear Sirs, the groundwork has been laid to ensure an uneventful egress for Rudolf Wernicke from structural and financial systems at Mount Massive. His advanced age should alleviate any suspicions among contractors and employees, among whom he has been cheerfully nicknamed the Crypt Keeper, and legally speaking, he died years ago. I understand patients 14306-8, 14279-1, and 14868-1 have already been scheduled for transit. We're all terribly excited at the obvious profit potential of the new project. My researchers have combed through Wernicke's files and found no mention of the 3 lucid dreamers. I think we can safely assume Wernicke was sufficiently distracted by the partial success of patient Billy Hope, along with his own infirmity, to be ignorant of the real discovery at hand. Even minimal exploitation of these resources is hard to overestimate. I only hope the new facility is sufficiently shielded to allow female staff so I can see what comes with my own eyes. Respectfully, Helen Granite, Murkoff Legal Mitigation Department. Yeah, it was good, you know. It's unfortunate though that Ubisoft Plus wasn't available for PlayStation as well, because then, you know, I wouldn't have to worry about buying it again. Like, I shouldn't say buying it again, because getting it through Ubisoft Plus, it's not actually buying it to own it indefinitely, unless I kept on paying the monthly fee for Ubisoft Plus, which I'm not going to do. I just wanted to take advantage of the fact that it's cheaper to go with Ubisoft Plus than it is to buy the game outright already, which is like $80, and find out you don't like the game and having spent $80. So I'd rather spend around, I think it was like about $24 to actually be able to do versus 80. So if I end up not liking it, then at least I haven't paid $80 to find out. I've paid less than that for the monthly fee of Ubisoft Plus, just as a one-off thing. But if I do end up liking it after I finish it on the Xbox version, then I'll definitely want to play it on the PlayStation and stream it. And I'd be willing to actually pay the money that it's worth to actually own it on PlayStation 5 after that. But I am enjoying it a lot, so the chances of that at the moment are high, but haven't finished the game yet, so I'll have to wait and see what happens at the end, and, you know, everything else from where I've left off at, and stuff like that. Just have to see how it goes. That's all 12 documents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Mr. Park. How the fuck are you still alive? Let's make a deal. You help me, I'll help you. God, I'm stuck like a pig.
Oh, poor Jeremy Blair. Jeremy Blair. Jeremy Blair, my supervisor's supervisor, a man who'd see me skinned, salted, and raped for a promotion and a few martinis, injured, dying if he's not already dead. I'm trying to feel sorry for him. Really, I am. But there's no way in hell he's stopping me from getting out of this godforsaken place. I'm coming home, Lisa.
Help me up, please? Fucking die! No one can know! No one! How can have
I'll just catch it there so I can catch up on chat before it goes to the next cutscene. Hey there, I'm in a bear suit. Welcome on, dude. Not actually on that challenge part yet, though. But I got all the documents in the main game, and I've gotten all the documents in this DLC. So in tomorrow's stream, I'll actually be starting the main game from the start again, but on insane mode. But the game's going well, and I'm glad that I've got all the documents that I wanted to get for the first run through. How's things going with you, dude? Hope it's going well. Hey Lucinda, good morning to you. Welcome on in, and the game's over. It sure is. Just one final cutscene left, and then the credits, and then boom, that's the Whistleblower DLC done. And then tomorrow I'll be doing the insane mode playthrough of the Outlast main game. How's things going? I saw your Discord message about after finishing your first day at work and being so tired and everything and sore. I hope you're able to get some good rest. Hey Ishimura, welcome on in. Hope things are going well. I'm in a bear suit. So far so good, but you've only been up for 15 minutes. Well, I'm glad that the 15 minutes that you've been up so far for is actually been good. Here's hoping that the rest of the day can continue. That's awesome to hear, dude. Now get ready for an Australian accent from this character that's going to be speaking to Waylon, the character that we just played. Before I do that, though, who we saw there at the end was actually the main character from the main game, Miles. He was the journalist that Waylon, who we play as in the DLC, sent the email to at the start to tell him that there was some weird shit going on at Mount Massive. So we saw Miles there at the end, and I like the fact that the vehicle that Miles drives in on is the vehicle that Waylon escapes out of at the end there, like we just saw. That's it, I'm in a bear suit. Yep, the thick Aussie one. Yeah, it's a character at the start of this DLC actually has the same voice actor. So I don't know if it's supposed to be the same person who was, undercover and wanting to, see that Murkoff was dealt with or not, but it's the same voice actor that we're about to hear for this other character.
You press that button. There's no going back, Mr. Park. There's enough hard evidence in that video file to make a world of shit for our friends at Murkoff. You got out of Mount Massive alive, and we've done everything in our power to cover your tracks. But our enemies are twitching and malicious corporate paranoics with resources you're too moral to imagine. You won't be the only target. Anyone you care about, your wife, your child, there'll be nothing to Murkoff but ways to hurt you. I need you to understand the bridge you're crossing here. You will do irrevocable damage to the company. You might even get close to something like justice. But once you click upload, your life is over. Everyone you love is fucked. But it's the right thing to do. Is hurting Murkoff worth that much to you?
Lucinda, you're going okay. Glad you get to sit this morning. Other than that, first day went well. You'll probably talk about it all in your stream intro later. That's no worries at all, Lucinda. That's good to hear, though. And good to get that first day over and done with, too. That always helps. Hey there, Brutus. Welcome on in. Welcome to the end. I hope it's going well. Thank you for the GGs, Jeffrey. Thank you for that. And there we have it. That is the first run through of Outlast to celebrate its 10th anniversary. I did the main game yesterday, finished that off, got all the documents in that. I did the DLC just now, the Whistleblower, so I got all the documents in that. The second part of celebrating the 10th anniversary is to play through the main game on Insane mode, which is the hardest difficulty, which means there's no saves, there's no checkpoints, so when you die you have to start right back at the start of the game again. For that run through, I'll only be doing the main game on Insane though. I won't be doing the Whistleblower DLC on Insane. The first run through is the only part of the playthrough where I'll do the Whistleblower DLC, so we've done that part. So tomorrow's stream, when it's Friday for me, will be Outlast again, the main game, playing on Insane mode. Lucinda, welcome to the end. Hey Lynchmob, welcome on in. Welcome to the end as well. Well, thank you so much, Jeffrey. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. That's awesome. I wanted to do something special for this game because it's one of my favorite horror ones, and I wanted to also take the opportunity to listen to the music. Originally, before I found out that all the volumes are tied to the one volume, there's no separate music, dialogue, and audio and sound effect volume. They're all tied to the one. Initially, I was going to do a music-only run as well, to compromise because of the fact that I can't separate the music volume from the sound effects and dialogue. I decided just to stop and listen to the music anyway at certain points until it either ended or looped as well. So there we have it. That is the end of the first run through of Outlast. The next stream you'll see from me will be this game again, the main game, playing on Insane mode from start to finish. I don't know how many streams it's going to take to get that done, but we'll find out in tomorrow's stream. I just want to thank everyone though for watching. I really do appreciate it. We're going to go and raid out to Gizlek, who is playing through Assassin's Creed Mirage. He's only just literally starting through the game, so just a heads up that there will be spoilers for people who may not have actually started playing that game yet. But Gizlek is right at the start. I checked his stream and he's just into the game loading up and all that kind of stuff. I've actually got the game access to it, and I'm playing it off stream myself, but I've gotten a little bit into it, so I know where I can sort of like jump out of when there's spoilers. So we'll go and raid Gizlek and see the start of Assassin's Creed Mirage, which just came out. Thank you everyone so much for watching. I'm going to go and we're going to give some shout outs. I've already said that I'm going to go give a raid. So I'd like to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles, who's playing through GTA 5. He's doing the story. It's his second playthrough of that game. He's also a massive fan of Assassin's Creed as well. He's expecting to receive his copy of Assassin's Creed Mirage in the mail, a physical copy, so when he gets a chance, he'll be doing a playthrough of that game as well. Lucinda is playing through the Resident Evil series, doing not every game in the series, but running through a number of games in the series with different types of playthroughs and all that kind of stuff. So celebrating Horror Month, is also playing through the Assassin's Creed series, but that's actually on hold while Horror Month is active. And the next Assassin's Creed game that she'll be starting will be Assassin's Creed Origins. Would like to highly recommend people check out Areas Defiled as well. They were doing a playthrough of Resident Evil 4 and the Separate Ways DLC that was released recently with Ada Wong. I'm in a Bear Suit has been doing Last of Us Part 1. He's actually been doing a permadeath by chapters playthrough on the highest difficulty, Grounded. He's also a fan of other horror games like The Evil Within. He's also doing speedruns from time to time. Also a massive fan of From Software titles like the Dark Souls games. Mr. Gote has been doing some Resident Evil 4 remake as well. He's also a fan of horror games like Outlast and Outlast 2, as well as games by Supermassive such as Until Dawn, the Dark Pictures series, and The Quarry. And Maxi has been starting a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Mirage, and he's still early in the game, just started it yesterday, but he's another great streamer with a great community, so highly recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. That's okay, Lucinda. Absolutely no worries at all for the stream. See you next time, Brooders. Thanks for joining. I hope you have a good one. And there's no worries at all about the timing. You weren't to know that I was finishing soon. Oh, awesome. I'm in a bear suit. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a difficult challenge. Because I've never done it on that mode before too. And I've only ever played the game on normal mode. And I think it's 2 difficulties up from normal as well. No worries for the shout out, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. Yeah, I don't know why I called that DLC Desperate Ways. Hey Godfather, welcome on in. Just about to end the stream and raid out, but thank you so much for joining though. I forgot to ask you this, but have you ever been to a PAX? I never have, no. Haven't been to that specifically, or Comic-Con or anything like that. That's a general raid message. There's a raid message with some free follower emotes. And I've also got one for subscribers as well. And we'll go and raid Gizlek, who, as I said, is starting his playthrough of Assassin's Creed Mirage. Lucinda, how does Outlast handle quitting the game if you can't save checkpoint? If you can't save and checkpoint, I think it will probably just put me back at the menu, I imagine. I'm going to basically need to have the clip button ready. There might be a rage moment or two. Oh, absolutely. I definitely will be having like something like a counter going for how many deaths happen in the playthrough, but also I'll clip each death in the playthrough as well. Here's the current streaming schedule for which games are when. And here is the list of horror games that I'll be covering. Not all of them are 100% locked in, but there are some that I'm hoping to get to as well. But thank you everyone for watching. I really appreciate it, and catch you in the next one.